voudrais dire merci aux organisateurs et puis vive Wiki Indaba.
Bonjour à tous. Donc, moi c'est Oumaro, je suis donc cofondateur de Niger. C'est ma première participation donc à Wiki Indaba. Je veux dire que c'est une belle expérience. Par rapport aux thématiques développées, ce qui m'a particulièrement intéressé, c'est sur la gouvernance donc, des groupes, des user groups. Et ça montre qu'il y a un processus qu'il faut respecter et avant donc d'arriver à un certain niveau. Après, je vois certains membres donc, de user group qui au départ étaient des membres, mais qui se retrouvent beaucoup plus dans des selon pas des groupes, mais des structures un peu donc, thématiques, un peu dans des stratégies. Donc, je trouve que c'est vraiment très intéressant. Il y a un processus qu'il faut respecter. Et puis voilà, avant d'arriver donc là où certains sont aujourd'hui. Voilà, nous sommes une jeune communauté et ça, cette conférence donc, sera une opportunité pour nous donc, de mieux appuyer ce que nous sommes en train de faire pour atteindre donc, les niveaux que certains ont déjà atteints dans le mouvement Wikimedia. Merci.
Thank you so much. One more? Okay. I'm joking. Can we get another mic in the back? Thank you. Don't worry, they're going to give it to you. Thank you.
I can zoom in.
Merci. Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis très contente d'assister à la conférence Wiki Indaba. C'est pour ma première fois. Je fais partie des membres de la comité User Group du Niger. Je suis venue avec Oumarou. C'était vraiment très aimable, malgré que je ne parle pas l'anglais, c'était un peu difficile pour moi. Merci beaucoup. J'étais très contente de visiter Mandela's House parce que ma grande soeur porte le nom de Winnie, sa femme. Et merci beaucoup.
Okay, let's get one more. And I'm already hearing a mix of great feedback, some of the excursions, some of the great tracks, the hackathon, connection time. Let's hear from you.
Bonjour à tous. Moi, c'est Débonnaire Boba-Wakel. Je viens de Boki, République centrafricaine. Je suis tellement satisfait de cette conférence, cette 10e conférence de Wiki Indaba. Ça a été vraiment une expérience pour moi. Parce que dès que nous avons foulé le sol de Johannesburg, l'Afrique du Sud, je me rends compte vraiment que la plateforme, ou bien la communauté Wiki est vraiment une grande plateforme, une grande communauté pour permettre à contribuer sur les aspects culturels, sur les aspects informationnels, sur tous les plans. En tout cas, je suis vraiment satisfait de ces 3 jours que j'ai participé dans cette conférence. Je crois vraiment que dès que je vais rentrer dans mon pays, on fera tout de notre mieux pour faire de telle sorte que Wiki sera d'une manière participative dans notre pays, afin qu'on puisse mettre aussi à l'avant la culture, tout ce qui est aspect culturel de notre pays. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Sis and Reda are usually close by to me to do some quick summaries in English. Can you help me, Sis? Oh, you were not listening? Because we have one more coming to the back, but I just want everybody to get a sense.
Yes. So for Donatien, he was expressing, the fun part that this year's conference came back to its origin, and to him that's something very remarkable and great for them to witness where this all started, even way before they joined the movement. And he also expressed how great the food here is. So, yeah, the food, the menu, great, top notch. I mean, from the hotel to Ndaba Hotel to Soweto, according to him, the food has been great. And then Umaru, who is from the new community that just got affiliated in Niger, was expressing how this would have a ripple effect when they go back to the community, owing to the fact that they've been able to connect with some other communities who are doing amazing work that they could take some pointers from and replicate back home. Then for our sister here, she was thrilled to visit the Mandela House because her elder sister is Winnie.
Oh.
Yeah, I personally love the anecdotes. So yeah, that's it. And same applies for Yahya, c'est toi? Okay, Yahya from Burkina. Oh.
Okay. We have one in the back with Veronica.
Okay.
And then we'll take the hat.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Moi, c'est Lingabo Junior de la RDC. Alors, je suis très content de participer aujourd'hui à la Wiki Indaba. C'est pour ma première fois, bien sûr. Alors, ce que j'ai aimé, c'est d'abord l'accueil depuis l'aéroport. On a été bien accueillis. Et également, ce que j'ai beaucoup apprécié pendant les sessions, ce sont surtout nos valeurs linguistiques qu'on a beaucoup plus prônées ici. Cela va vraiment me pousser à valoriser notre langue dans notre pays, en fait. Et puis, ce que j'ai également aimé, même si on avait des problèmes de langue, mais on s'en sortait quand même avec l'anglais, et puis personne ne s'est moqué, et c'était vraiment bien. Et surtout, je sais que Sisonke l'amour règne toujours dans nos différentes conventions. Merci.
To summarize, he's from the DRC community, and he appreciates the linguistic elements that this conference holds. Everybody from different language background has actually been represented here, and he specifically was able to meet older contributors, and at this conference they are already discussing partnerships and all that, and he also commends the COT for a job well so far, though sometimes it was challenging, to communicate due to the English language barrier, but so far he feels that the COT has tried to fill that gap. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And in terms of you're talking about the different languages, anybody learned any words, South African words from any of our South African languages? And of course, the South Africans are not allowed to answer. But any new words quickly? Siyabonga. Thank you. Any other quick new words that people learned? Sandy?
I like the yebo that people have been saying when you dance.
Yeah, yebo can be used for a lot of, but during dancing, it's very well used.
Okay.
One word from you, sis?
Salapanzi.
Salapanzi. Salapanzi means sit down, relax. Okay, any last quick ones before our session begins? Shap. Okay, cool. Thank you guys for all the feedback. We'll be also getting a lot more feedback post the conference. I'm sure the COT will be excited to hear a little bit more about what they did well and what opportunities lie ahead for future Indabas. So it's really great to have this type of feedback. So just a quick notes about what is happening today. We're going into the session now, the African Agenda, with Winnie and Seth, who will be running that. There are some sessions that will be happening in different rooms after that. We will have a feedback regarding the wonderful, very packed hackathon. Michael, you'll be taking us through that to find out some of the insights of what we've learned. And then we have our lunch and farewell, but just before we head off to the farewell, Bobby would be leading us in the Future of Indaba chat with some other members from WISCOM. And we'll have a little celebration, we'll have a little cake, and it's going to be a great day. In terms of the reimbursements, we're going to make an announcement just now about it, specifically where you need to be to collect your reimbursements for whatever visas and all of those things that you have spent in order to get here. So now, Sis, you want to quickly alert those in the room what I just said in terms of what's happening? I'm sorry to put you on the spot. I can't find Reda. So if Sis can just give that quick rundown, then we can come to the front and take over. Thank you guys, and you can give me a round of applause.
Thank you. Donc, Belinda vient de le dire tout à l'heure qu'il y a certains éléments qui existent dans l'agenda pour jeudi, l'ordre du jour, et qu'il y aura probablement la session de l'agenda pour l'Afrique, coordonnée par le groupe de travail de Africa Brother. Et puis, il y aura d'autres sessions dans les différentes salles qui existent. Et après ça, on revient ici pour une session avec Veronica, pendant laquelle on va discuter les ressources de la communauté et les changements qui viennent. Et après ça, il y aura une session avec Bobby, pendant laquelle on va discuter l'avenir de la conférence Wiki Indaba. Et après ça, nous avons des gâteaux à manger. Oui, avant de quitter. Merci.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's so exciting to see you. Day 3 after Wiki Indaba 2024 started. My name is Wiki Indaba from Nairobi, Kenya. I'm excited about this Wiki Indaba and the conversation that we're going to have. The Africa Agenda, fostering effective collaboration and inclusion for African Wikimedians. I'm particularly excited because this Wiki Indaba is very instrumental when it comes to the conversation on the Africa Agenda. So Africa Agenda is basically a framework that will govern or consolidate clear actions that will govern the Wikimedia movements in Africa. It's a 3-year strategic plan. So the idea started in the first in-person Wiki Indaba that we had post the pandemic, which was in Kigali, Rwanda. And the need to consolidate our collective action started. So could we please have the first slide? So the need to document a framework that as African Wikimedians we could be looking at and say, these are our challenges as African Wikimedians, these are our priorities, these are the proposed solutions. We sought to collect everything that we needed to collect in Rwanda, and we consolidated it through the Africa Baraza. How many of us here attend the Africa Baraza? Big fan of the Africa Baraza? Stop lifting your hands like this. Great, so you know that in the Baraza we've been working towards prioritizing and consolidating most of these things. And in last year's Wiki Indaba in Morocco, we also did the final prioritization of the Africa Agenda. And now
The final Africa agenda, it has been available and published on Meta. It's available so far in 5 other languages that include French, Arabic, and we are calling on more volunteers to translate the Africa agenda to your respective languages. So who's leading the Africa agenda implementation? So the Baraza, as we mentioned, has been very instrumental in the consolidation and providing a space for a regional conversation on the proposing to kick off the implementation with an 8-month project plan that will cover some of the most pressing yet easily implementable issues that are documented in the Africa agenda. One of the key topics that this movement to collect your input on some of the priority areas in the Africa agenda that you'd like to see covered in this document. We have the current one which covers 3 to 5 years. So this will just be the first phase of implementation. And then after this, again, we review and come up with another plan. The working group is also looking at how resourcing will look like. So that implementation plan, once it's consolidated, will also have a budget on how that will be rolled out. Next slide, please. So this is us. Oops, I forgot the most important part, putting it on silent. Next slide, please. So what does this inclusion look like for us and why is it important? So the whole spirit of the Africa agenda recognizes that we are one of the most fast-growing communities in the movement. So this means that we have new communities, newcomers in the movement that keep coming every other day, and it's important for us to ensure that everybody is on board and is not left behind when it comes to this implementation. So we'd like to hear from you. How would you like your community to be engaged or informed about the Africa agenda implementation? Where you see AA is just Africa agenda, we were just trying to save space. What are the specific areas in the Africa agenda that you or your community would like prioritized? Again, we want your feedback to inform the project plan. And we're going to be opening the room to hear your thoughts on this during this session. And beyond the session, there are also channels that you can use to share the same feedback. One of these is the Africa Agenda discussion page. So if you go to the Africa Agenda meta page, there's a discussion page where you can leave that. The other option, again, is during the next Baraza, which is next month. And then what does a successful implementation look like? So we will also get to hear your thoughts and recommendations on how
on the best strategies we can use to implement the Africa agenda. So without much further ado, I'm opening up this room for an open conversation. And to kick it off, I have a great panel here that I have a representative from the Baraza Working Group, Lucy Iwela. Please come and take your seat. And as they come, let's just give them a round of applause. I know it's been 3 hectic days. I also have Sandista Tei coming in her capacity as a community leader in the movement. Round of applause for Sandista. And I have a person that we like to call Senior Chief. Alice, earlier in the morning, elevated that title, but for now, let's say Senior Chief. He's a person that, as a community, we trust and lean on so much for advice and insights based on the immense knowledge that he's had in this movement. So help me welcome Domisani, who is also coming in his capacity as a community leader. And last but not least is my partner in crime, and one of the person who has been very instrumental in consolidating the work that we've done in the Africa Baraza Working Group, a person who really shares a lot of passion for this movement, and my great partner in crime when it comes to strategy, conversations, and all things cool. Help me welcome the new coordinator for WISCOM, Ceslaus. Yeah. Okay. So again, I just want to reiterate that this great panel is here based on their respective places, especially to help weigh in on the conversation. But this is going to be a very interactive session that is not going to be limited here. So some of the questions that I'll be throwing to them will be coming back to the general audience. And I would like everyone, including our newcomers, to feel empowered to engage. There's no wrong or right answer. We are just having a very open conversation. So let me start actually by opening it up to the audience and asking, what do you think? Why do you think, Anthony, why do you think, as a leader in your community, why do you think the Africa agenda is important for us? Oh, I realize you don't have a mic. Can I please have a mic on this side, one on this side, and this side, because it will be very random. So the question I'm asking is, as a community member, as a leader in your respective community, why do you think the Africa agenda is important for our movement?
Okay, thank you so much, Winnie. So I think individual communities have their own priorities on what they want to do as to amplify the open movement and the Wikimedia movement. But as Africans, it's really important to have an agenda. And I think African agenda is very important because it unifies us as Africans to have a collective voice and a roadmap on what do we want to achieve as Africans. That's what I think.
Thank you. And I see next to you is Ifumia, also a leader in this movement, who is passionate about advancing the youth agenda. In your own words, Ifumia, what is the relevance of this Africa agenda and why do you think it's important for us?
Thank you, Winnie. So for me, as Africans, I think, especially as I look at what is happening here today and where we are and where we're coming from and where we want to go, we want to be sure that we are doing that collectively with one voice in a way that the work that we set out to do will resonate with not just the movement, but people who look at us from the outside. So I think this is why that agenda is very important and to serve as an important roadmap for where we want to be and how we want to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. And if the question that we're asking and we're saying it's going round and people are, if whatever somebody's saying resonates with you, so that we don't pass the mic to all of us and we end up echoing the same things as well. If somebody mentions some things that you align with or agree, can we try and agree or echo +1 as we like to do by just clapping? Then that way, at least we're able to move to the next question, because I know we want to collect everybody's feedback, but it's not possible to do it today. Is that clear? Okay, so I'll move to our panel, and I'll start with the same general question, just to hear from you just briefly. First, what specific topic, is there a specific topic in the Africa agenda that you are particularly, as an individual, excited about? And what does this agenda mean for the movement? And I'll start with you, Sandista.
For me, the specific topic that excites me has to do with the leadership and capacity building aspect, an investment into I would say the humans of Wikimedia, because sometimes finding a Wikimedian who has the right motivation, knows the products, knows the policies, knows how to work with people, is very aware of global issues that affect their work, and it's willing to work towards grabbing the opportunities and working around the challenges. Finding that is almost like looking for a unicorn. So yeah, when it comes to leadership and capacity building, that's an important thing, and I'm excited about that. You had a second question, right?
Yes, but I think you've combined it.
Okay.
It was more on why is the agenda important for us?
Yes, so yeah, that's the reason why it's important. Investing in the humans, I would say, of Wikimedia.
And I've just remembered something. You know, I said let's clap, but if we agree with something, let's do shall we practice? Yeah, and it's also one of the ways of keeping us awake. You know, I know it's been a long conference, so yeah. So, Dome, you can weigh in, then Sundista can pass the mic on that side, so that when you're done, you have to say.
Yeah, so for me, the most exciting part of the Africa agenda is editorship and editor retention. That really speaks to why we're here, why we're doing this in the first place. I was speaking to Ian, who is a South African volunteer who keeps track of where these languages are in terms of editor count from year to year. And he was sharing some exciting statistics with me this morning. Not only have we increased the number of languages that have moved out of the incubator into the main space, the existing languages that we've had there, a number of them have moved into the 1,000 realm, which is almost a minimum 32% increase from 2 years ago. That is super exciting, because otherwise why are we here, right? If our Wikipedias are holding very little information, there's no value in them. Second to that, what excites me even more is the number of people that are coming in to participate from the region. Now that still gets me worried. It still has me worried. This region, this continent, is actually the fastest growing continent in terms of number of editors we're able to get every year, and this, especially in terms of the viewership. So we know people are coming to Wikipedia. We know they're coming to our projects. What are they finding when they get there? Are they finding quality information, quality articles? And so that's the thing that really excites me about the fact that the Africa agenda seems to be rallying us towards that. So it's no longer going to be, oh well, let's edit when we can. We can now start setting targets for ourselves. If the target is by the next 5 years, we want all African language Wikipedias to at least a minimum be at 1,000 articles and above, quality articles and above. That serves us as a region because it means we are having even more information available in our own languages. We're not talking English here, we're talking our own languages, right? So that excites me. But there's also a problem in there that the Africa agenda should help us to solve. Over the past 5 years, the number of active editors in the continent has stagnated at 2,500 in the region. So as we get more editors, we are losing the same number out in terms of inactivity. We are at an equilibrium that doesn't serve us well because the laws of physics, laws of entropy means systems tend towards chaos. We don't tend towards organization. So if we're not doing anything to fortify and then stabilize and increase the number of editors we have in the region, we're looking for a problem. We're headed to a problem. And so the Africa agenda excites me because it looks directly at that problem. What's the number of editors we currently have, and what's the number of editors we want to have? And what can we do to get there? So that excites me.
Thanks, Domi. Yeah, I feel confident to do that. And before I move to Ceslaus and Lucy, Domi mentioned something that is important. And, you know, for me, I like to contextualize things. Like, yes, the number of editors, we see it's minimal, and also the retention. But then also the question we are asking is, why does that matter? How are we affected, or why should we even care? And I think in the spirit of enhancing equity in decision making, which is a key thing of the Africa agenda, we can even get to hear a very practical example on how having fewer editors in the region will affect us as a movement when it comes to being represented. And I think to weigh in on that is, and again, another gentleman, also another partner in crime, in strategy on this movement, who is passionate about this conversation. Felix, I know you're really excited about the editor retention conversation and how even having a low number of editors affects how we vote as a region when it comes to the seats for the Foundation Board of Trustees. Could you practically just help people understand some of the impacts that having low number of editors make us miss out?
So, hello everybody. Over the years, we have wanted African representation on the board, but practically we are unable to achieve that because the current voting systems only allows that active editors vote. So by virtue of that, it means that since Africa has a very small number of active editors, even if we put all our resources together, there will be no way an African will be on the board of trustees of the Wikimedia Foundation. And so the issue of active editorship is critical, because if we don't pay attention to that, that would mean that for the many years to come, we will try and put Africans on the board. We will try and rally our votes behind one person to get on the board, but it's not impossible. It would be extremely hard for us to be able to achieve that. So that's just my thought on that. I hope I answered your question, Winnie.
Yes, thank you very much. Anyone else with a thoughts on how having fewer active editors affect us? I see Veronica has.
Thank you.
I think for me, what Professor Langa shared on day one links to what having less people contributing actually has an impact on. It impacts how we share our knowledge, it impacts how we preserve our knowledge, but it also impacts how people interpret who we are as people and what we know. Um, and editorship is at the core of that. So if you're an active editor, I think it carries the assumption you know the editing practices, so your edits, of high quality, or would the reversion at least is less. But for me, it comes back to why why does it matter? Why does knowledge matter for this region? So it's not just about editing, it's about knowledge accessibility and who's contributing to this knowledge, in what language is it being contributed, who is reading what we're contributing. So it's a whole, it's not one thing, it's as Dume is saying, is a system, is a systematic issue to be looked at. Yeah.
Thank you, Veronica. So I'll move back to my panel and to Ceslaus and Lucy. What are some of the areas, strategies that WISCOM and the Baraza Working Group are looking at when it comes to the Africa Agenda implementation?
Okay, thank you very much, Winnie. In terms of what we consider in terms of Africa Agenda implementation, we take into consideration representation, and not just representation, we also take into consideration governance. Now, in terms of representation, we've echoed the issue of lack of retention and the rest. Now, you find out that the Africa Agenda has collectively identified where this gap exists. And now, in terms of gap, you find out that active participants or editors also always experience the issue of IP blog. We also experience the issue of not having the right gadgets. And some of these issues are what the Africa Agenda and the team has taken into consideration to analyze and project collectively. Because it's one thing for a community to be talking about, we do experience IP block, then is another thing when the whole African community talks about IP block. During one of the hackathon session we had, we equally talked about, some people also made mention of the IP block and the rest of it. Then you begin to question and ask, how can we be fully represented if we keep on experiencing these kind of challenges? Because it's quite demoralizing that you organize events, you have events that you want to organize, and you've recruited your participants, then on creating or getting onboarding them, they can't access the wiki projects. Why? Because they are blocked. Now, and it is through this way that we lose some vital or potential active Wikimedians that would have been very, very important and useful to our community. So I think this is what the WISCOM and the Africa Agenda has taken into consideration to project collectively, because when one voice keeps saying it, it may be like it's a redundancy. But when we collectively project our challenges, our gaps, then I think it will kind of attract the attention that is needed, and maybe possible solutions will be shared. Then in terms of governance too, just like you said, if we don't have the active participants who have the experience, now how can they represent us at the higher level? Because when we don't have these people who are going to speak for us, then definitely others are going to speak for us. Maybe those who don't even understand our plight. Now you talk about the BOT, Board of Trustees election, and just like they said now that it is based on the number of ADs. Now you think that if you find out that we are no longer going to be looking at it from the angle of equality. No, I suggest we look at it from the angle of equity. In terms of equity, you find out that you use a different yardstick to measure for this particular community. Now, find out that the African community, we are emerging community. You can't compare our activeness and our participation on the Wikimedia space to that of the already experienced and global North communities. So I think we shouldn't take into consideration in terms of governance using the equality scale. Rather, we should use the equity scale, and it will help us project our challenges. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Lucy. Yes, sisters.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I know we don't have the Tada moments a lot. So when Winnie introduced me as the new WISCOM coordinator, I was like, you didn't have to do that. So for us at WISCOM, we want things to change, right? And one of the means to change things was first maybe to bring on board an executive coordinator for WISCOM. Now WISCOM has a help desk. I'm your help desk. Yes, irrespective of your background, your language, your community, just reach out to me. So, this was WISCOM's concept to start addressing these issues via the unconventional means, right? We all know that Africans are quick to ratify stuff. It's a good thing, to galvanize, mobilize communities to ratify stuff. But then I don't just come to the dining table and dig in to eat the chicken without knowing the condiments with which it was marinated. So as Africans, we at WISCOM want to start getting Africans involved in these strategic discussions. Don't just, galvanize Africans to come and vote. No. Hey, there are issues disturbing your community. There are issues disturbing your region and all that. Come and tell us so that unanimously, like Lucy said, our voices could be louder. So when we look at implementation, the Africa Browser Working Group had already done the, sensitization and all, where individuals, were able to contribute to that draft. But WISCOM took a time, during the just concluded WISCOM retreat and reviewed what was there. So we asked ourselves very hard questions. In fact, at this point, we had believed we will be talking about how to ratify the Africa Agenda. But, when we asked ourselves those hard questions at the retreat, we told ourselves perhaps it's time to apply the pyramid approach. Yes, these local communities individually had mentioned some of these things and how they want the issues approached. But when the hub conversations started in the movement, we also saw some African communities taking that shape of a hub, like the Earth Hub for the East Africa Regional and Thematic Hub. There is Great Lakes. There is also the Planning West Africa Hub that is in the works. So we saw these hubs or combined efforts in various regions as an opportunity to say, hey, we know for sure that, these respective unorganized or organized athletes had made contributions, but what else can we get out of this? So as WISCOM, we asked ourselves, what is this hub trying to achieve? What is that hub trying to achieve? Come, let's compare notes and see if we have indeed captured everything we want represented on the Africa Agenda. So it's not business as usual. So we've done that level 1 with the respective communities. And now as WISCOM, we thought it wise and better for us to do the level 2, which is engaging these hubs, comparing notes, and see how we could, make things better on the Africa agenda, because it's a living document, if you remember, when we started building it up. So if between now and the next 5 years, we feel we had tackled these top problems and there are others, we can rope them in and start to address them. So that was how the Africa Baraza Working Group, through the implementation plan, came up with the idea of having regional representatives who would be responsible for, a part of the process of the implementation. But when these regional representatives were nominated, we we found out that it was almost going to look like a men's club. And we have equity representation there as one of our agenda points that we want to achieve. So WISCOM still took that hard decision to say, hey, thank you, but no thanks. We'll have to come back to these communities to ratify these nominations and be sure that they want this. Yes, we know some people are not fans of strategic discussions. Look at this room. This was not how we were here in the one. Some people would just rather stay out. But some people also understand policy, formation, and all that. So WISCOM is taking this as, in beats to make sure we get the desired result. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I know we are rushing because of time, but I will, before we end, because this was a very crucial conversation, the last question that will pave way for the working group to collect recommendations. It's a general question that I'll ask two people to share from this side. Your recommendations to the Africa Baraza working groups, what are some of the things that the working group should consider as they move towards implementation? Then I'll allow Sandista and Dumi to, in less than a minute each, also share your recommendations to the Baraza working group, which has WISCOM representation as well. What are like the non-negotiables like that they should consider to ensure the Africa agenda delivers to the wider community? So anyone with recommendations to the Baraza working group on this side, somebody who's not spoken, and especially if you're from an upcoming emerging community. Okay, you'll share them later. Clementine, do you have? It's okay, you can say it in Francais.
Oui, merci beaucoup. C'est Clémentine, toujours de Rwanda. Ce que je veux juste ajouter, c'est on doit mettre beaucoup d'efforts sur la participation des femmes. Parce qu'en général, dans beaucoup de projets de Wikimedia, on a le gap de participation des femmes. Et puis, autre chose, je crois qu'on doit penser aussi à comment on doit mettre les stratégies d'encourager les nouveaux qui vont nous rejoindre. Les nouveaux, on doit savoir comment, on doit les laisser très attachés, comme les enseigner et laisser savoir beaucoup de quoi. Je ne sais pas comment dire, mais on doit les aider à bien s'engager dans le mouvement, on doit les aider, on doit les tenir les mains. Comme ça, on doit grandir ensemble avec les nouveaux qui vont nous rejoindre. Mais spécifiquement, je mets l'accent sur les femmes. Merci beaucoup.
Just to translate and just add a single sentence to what she's saying. So she is recommending, of course, for the structure of the Africa Agenda implementation to consider other, like gender equity and balance on the team. I had mentioned how we have all men so far as regional reps, and to that WISCOM said no, we have to go back to the community to be sure that this was actually, or this would actually be ratified. Secondly, she mentioned that we need to carry along the very new and emerging communities, hold hands to make sure that they are up to date and able to catch up. And on that note, I wanted to add that the process we are pushing for is not just for athletes. You know, when we interfaced with the respective regional reps, we told them, even if there are emerging communities of 5 people where there are no athletes, we want them on board, because we can't afford to leave them out now because they are, in quotes, small or not affiliated, and then 3 years down the line they get affiliation and we have to start onboarding them afresh. So they need to key in from the get-go to know what's happening, and so they feel represented. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity, Winnie. Colleagues, what I want to recommend to the working group is that they need to find a way to constantly remind the community about what the Africa agenda is, so that even the ones that are coming, the newbies that are coming, they are well aligned with what the Africa agenda is and what is happening. I come from a religious family, from a Christian family. Since I was young, I've been reading the Bible. I know the verses by heart. You know, we have other friends here that are Muslim. You know, they since they were young, they've been reading the Quran. The Africa agenda. Let's make it that document. You know, even if you know, but you still read. Even if I know some of the verses there, but I still go and read. So I would like to also encourage you that as soon as they introduce you to the African agenda, you read about it. And even those ones that still know about it, they still go and read just to refresh their memory and their mind. As someone said there, that it is a living document. So let's engage that document because it's about us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for emphasizing that, Bobby. Indeed, once you read it, you localize it, and you come to us as the working group and say, based on this section, these are our specific recommendation on how this can be finally implemented. So, the timekeepers are like on my neck. So final recommendations to you, trusted community leaders, to the Baraza Working Group on some of the things in 30 seconds each. You have a question? Okay.
Thank you so much. I'll try to be brief. This African agenda, I echo what Bobby has said. It's a living document. And looking at the African setup, we have got the African Union. And we know that we talk about diversity, but we also need to accept about the uniqueness. When I was going through the African agenda, I've read it severally. But what comes to me is that we also need to accept that there are roles which are supposed to be played. And these roles, we need to be careful that we need to map out so that when we merge, we don't duplicate the roles, because you find that when we are not really putting the roles together, there are a lot of multiplication. At the end of it, we are going to say that we are not delivering. So we need to ensure that we map out these roles. If it's a particular community doing this, let not other community do that. Let's ensure that the strength of that community is looked at so that whatever they are working on brings an impact to the entire Africa. Thank you so much.
Michael, it's also almost as if you were eavesdropping at our retreat. Yes, because you know, in his statement, he made a point that we had already discussed and agreed, and that's, you know, to look at this community maybe as sub-regional strengths. That way, we at you know, let's say WISCOM or anything that would get to be evolved can not duplicate the efforts you are already making in your local context. So thank you, Michael.
Yeah, my parting shot to both to the working group as well as to the community in general. Let's not build structures for the sake of structures. Let's build structures that work for a specific purpose and for that purpose and get it done. Because if we're going to worry about who's represented there, who's represented there, will spend the next 5 years just building that structure, and there will be no output. So aim for consensus. If you don't get that consensus, get consent, and let's move on.
So for me, is to also echo what Bobby said. We need to make the Africa agenda, both for the working group and then for the community, make it ubiquitous, wherever you are, just like how we read the UCOC or friendly space policies even before events. Let's start repeating the agenda to ourselves. Let's put it everywhere. Let's plug it everywhere and keep it at the top of our minds. And, even if our theme was united in the diversity around the Africa agenda this year, would have also been even nice, But yeah, this is in the past. So looking forward, wherever we gather, let's not stop talking about our agenda.
Merci. Thank you, everyone. These have been great conversations. And also in the course of Wiki Indaba, I've been engaging different communities, individuals on what they think and recommendations. And one of the exciting things that I had that I believe at the working group and WISCOM level, we will see how we can adopt is we have to ensure now that the Africa agenda is consolidated, we are very intentional about including it in the Indaba programming, so that this is not just a session, but also it's factored in the Indaba programming. So thank you very much. We invite you to engage with the Baraza Working Group. We are going to be sending emails. If your community is not on the mailing list, please reach out to me or Ceslaus or Lucy or Belinda, Felix, and we're going to ensure that you're added and you get all the updates. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your day. And to those traveling in the afternoon flight like myself, bon voyage. Thank you.
So colleagues, welcome back from this session. You can now go for the rest of the sessions, which are going to be an hour. For the people who are going for the organization tool, Room Umkosi is ready. And for the visibility of women journalists, Room Injabulo is ready. For our online viewers, you can migrate to that room. And this room is going to be broken into two, Ubuntu and Sisonke. So the session for Wiki Wake Up Africa is going to be in Sisonke, and the session for the feedback on resourcing in the communities is going to be in Ubuntu. Then after an hour, the room will now come back together and we will have the share out of the hackathon. Those who attended will be able to share what it is that happened there. Then we will have a session, The Future of Indaba. And after that, it will be lunch and farewells. So see you soon. My usual reminder, please clear up and out for the room to be broken down.
Thank you.
I think we have to look
Sorry.
if they're able to. Sorry.
Thank you.
Madulenda
Two, two.
Wanted to come and pick me, and this one kuja saizi atudrop na ataturudisha kwa hoteli.
kama ataondoka kwa airport. That means kama watu wanatoka sio
2, yeah, 1, 2.
Yeah, some request mwakina hiyo in the event that
so let's make to do that. But I'll let you know.
so that's why I
Like worst case scenario. Actually, let me call her instead of to
Usually, no, ma'am. But slowly.
Where's my bell? Yeah, that's fine. I'm going outside to let people. Just hold on, let me go outside. Yeah, let me go and check what's in the other rooms, yeah?
Do you guys perhaps have mentions? They use it already. Oh, they're using it already. What's it called? Is it called the Euro plug? What's it called?
Oh, we call it international plug.
International plug. You bet us this one. That's the way you use one.
Oh, I don't know. Extra. Hey, I'm not.
Yeah, one guys. Okay.
This is what I call them. This is what goes as how. When I was my brother. That's not. That's not.
Andrea. It's not working. Why? Because you're going to give me access. It's open. It's not opening. Maybe you need to check the mail. The mail. I don't have access to that email. Yes. They sent a mail. You have sent a mail? Okay, no. But it's two presentation. There are two. Yes. One for Madagascar and one for Cameroon. Can you find them? I don't want to. Hello.
So,
Huh?
unaongea Kiswahili?
What?
Hauongei Kiswahili?
Hi,
how are you?
You are Valentine.
I ask you if you speak Swahili.
No, I speak Sipano. I speak Spanish. From Botswana.
And English. Yes, yes.
All right. Yeah, from Jersey. We are going to get started.
With one. It's just one.
So we'll be
careful.
So, what is this session about? These sessions invite
Hello?
you to feedback.
Can we come forward if it's like those at the back? Oh, can we come forward? Oh, you're okay. Okay, you're charging. Okay, so we're far behind time, but we'd like to just start the session. In this session, we are talking about, the session is about Wiki Wake Up Africa. It's in French, so I don't know if someone can read it for us. maybe one of our friends, Renee, would you come and read it for us? Yeah, no, it's the name of the session. And do we have the facilitators here?
Okay, the session is activer et dynamiser les communautés pour un mouvement Wikimedia inclusif et durable. Madagascar, du potentiel pour la communauté wikimédienne en Afrique, Wikimedia Gabon. So in English is activate and dynamize the communities for the Wikimedia movement, for inclusion in Wikimedia movement and sustainability, Madagascar, the potential for Wikimedian community in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I call upon the facilitators of the session to come forward? Are they here? Is anyone here leading the session or is online? It's online. Okay, so maybe we have to project the session.
For a more global level of participatory decision making.
Okay, so
Ruby, the presenters are here.
So may I know who the presenters are, please?
Renee, Mariela, Andrea.
Oh, and
the gentleman from
please
Gabon.
let's give a round of applause to them. Let's encourage them. It's not easy to put in a lot of work. Should we put a chairs in front or? Okay, sure. Please, may you have the mic.
To the community are part of shaping why we have this proposal, which we will get into in writing feedback form. So a quick recap on what is the proposal. So the proposal is first to establish a debate to amend the current regional funding committee selection process. And hopefully our hypothesis is that when committee members at the regional level are selected or elected by the communities, they will carry with them a sense of shared accountability. So when a regional planning committee member is making a decision, that the community is also sharing in that accountability of the decision that has been made. So no longer feeling like, oh, the first committee and then since the community elected or selected, we can talk about that, the regional planning committee, the decision is shared. The other part is around the establishing an interim global resource distribution committee. And these committees will emerge, or the selection of the committee members at the local level will emerge from the regional planning committee, already said, coming from the community selection. What's the purpose? So I'll just read the main things and then hopefully we can spend the larger part of this conversation into smaller groups to discuss.
It's okay.
Okay. Okay, so we are ready. So I want to hand over the mic to our presenters to start the session. You can introduce yourself and what the session is about, and you can proceed. Sure.
Bonjour tout le monde, je suis Reine Mélissa, représentante de Wikimedia Gabon.
Bonjour à tous, je suis Mariela de Wikimedia Madagascar.
Angia de Wiki Up Africa et communauté Madagascar aussi.
René Billet, formateur wikimédien, membre Wiki Up. Ok. Alors, on va commencer. Je pense qu'il est important de... Slide, please. OK. So, c'est une session bilingue ou en français? Oui. D'accord. OK. Wiki Wake Up, c'est quoi? Wiki Wake Up, c'est une initiative qui a été lancée en 2021 par des bénévoles wikimédiens qui sont rencontrés lors d'un concours wikimédien, bien sûr, intitulé Wiki Concours. L'idée de départ, c'était de se former, déjà d'acquérir des compétences et de rapidement monter en compétences afin de pouvoir tenir sur des objectifs que nous étions fixés. Donc, il s'agit d'abord de faire d'avoir des compétences sur les projets frères Wikimédia, notamment Wikipédia, Wikidata, Wikicommons et bien d'autres. Donc, à l'initiative, c'est Score Beethoven, Mermoz Adodo qui n'est pas là, il est parti ce matin, et bien sûr, moi. Donc, c'est ainsi qu'après quelques mois de formation où nous avons passé des nuits blanches sous le fouet et que nous avons pu rapidement monter en compétences. Et avec des compétences aussi acquises ailleurs, nous avons pu nous dire qu'il était temps de remettre ce que nous avons reçu gratuitement, de passer cette formation aux autres. Et c'est ainsi que l'idée de former des communautés, donc déjà de former d'autres personnes qui seront des leaders, parce que c'est ça l'idée, de former des leaders à travers l'Afrique et peut-être à travers le monde. Donc, il s'agit de commencer par des pays qui étaient proches de nous, notamment le Burkina, le Sénégal, oui, c'était les premières personnes à venir. Le Niger aussi, oui. Donc, il s'agit d'avoir des leads et de leur donner rapidement des compétences sur les projets Wikimédia. Donc, c'est... voilà. Les objectifs sont... nous avons une page Wiki sur Meta. Donc, nous avons des informations. Vous pouvez juste chercher Wiki Wake Up Afrique et vous aurez pas mal d'informations. S'il y a des questions, je préfère que les sessions soient interactives. S'il y a des questions, on peut les poser et je vais répondre. C'est mieux. Merci. Deux à 3 minutes de questions et après, je passerai le micro aux autres. Donc, ce que je vais ajouter, ce que je pourrais ajouter, c'est que au fil de ces dernières années, nous sommes passés de former des leads à créer des communautés. Et parmi ces communautés, nous avons eu à célébrer la création des user groups, notamment le Sénégal, le Niger, oui, le Niger, Madagascar, le Togo, bon. Donc, voilà, les principaux. Donc, s'il y a des questions, on peut prendre 2 minutes de questions et voilà, merci. Please, Ruby, the session. 2 minutes, just 2.
Thank you. Okay, so it's question time. So if you have questions, let's hear from you.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour à tous. Je suis Ridel Alvin Siringoulou, représentant de Wiki Wake Up Afrique au niveau du Congo-Brazzaville, président de Wikimedia République du Congo. Je suis très, très, très ravi de savoir que Wikicop facilite beaucoup de pays africains à avoir leur affiliation, à avoir des formations et de rentrer dans le monde Wiki. Il faut reconnaître que le monde où la communauté que nous sommes, elle est tellement vaste et nous sommes dans la connaissance libre. Ce n'est pas du tout facile que les gens comme vous de se constituer de 2, 3 personnes et d'accompagner des nouvelles communautés comme nous. Alors, ma question est de savoir, au sein de Wiki Web Corp Afrique, en dehors des avantages, quelles sont les difficultés que vous, en tant que membre et représentant de Wiki Web Corp actuellement, que vous rencontrez auprès de nouvelles communautés jusqu'à présent qui n'arrivent pas à avoir l'affiliation, qui se battent, mais après, avec le temps, peut-être Dieu fera avec eux, on le souhaite, qu'ils vont peut-être avoir leur affiliation dissipée. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Ok, merci Ridel pour cette question. Ridel a été formé, coaché par WikiWikop comme bien d'autres, et des formations qui demandent de l'engagement, déjà de l'engagement personnel, et ensuite viendra l'engagement communautaire lorsqu'il faudra réunir des personnes. Donc, pour répondre à ta question, les difficultés sont énormes. Déjà, pouvoir trouver un leader, c'est pas chose évidente. Un leader engagé, c'est pas chose évidente. Un leader qui pourra donner de son temps, de son énergie et pouvoir faire de Wiki, des projets Wiki ou de Wikimedia une passion, parce qu'il s'agit de rendre ces projets une passion pour nous autres contributeurs. Donc, les difficultés, c'est déjà de trouver ce leader. Ensuite, viennent des difficultés de logistique, mobiliser des personnes, avoir Internet. Internet, c'est pas évident. Dans la plupart des cas, par exemple, je vais prendre le cas de la RCA, où carrément, je vais faire un retour d'expérience. Nous faisions des sessions et pendant ces sessions-là, on avait toujours des problèmes d'Internet, pas liés au fait qu'il n'y a pas de possibilité d'avoir Internet, mais la qualité d'Internet n'est pas toujours bonne dans nos pays africains. Donc, du coup, les sessions étaient très difficiles à faire en ligne. Il a fallu organiser un déplacement pour un formateur expérimenté qui aille donner des compétences en physique, en RCA. Donc, en termes de difficultés, elles sont énormes, comme j'ai dit, mais au sein de WikiWikop, nous arrangeons toujours à trouver des solutions pour faciliter l'atteinte de nos objectifs. Ouais. Merci, je pense que j'ai répondu à ta question. Merci.
Has your question been answered? Okay, any other question? Hello, you have questions?
Hi, just a concern. We don't understand French, so if you could tell us next slide, we'll know what to project. Thank you. Okay. Can you back, please? Okay, stop it. Okay, alternatively, if anyone who understands French can come here and guide me, please. Est-ce que quelqu'un qui comprend français peut les aider là?
Oui, présentez vos slides rapidement. Next slide.
Donc, nous allons poursuivre notre présentation. Comme je le disais tantôt, je suis Reine Mélissa, la représentante de Wikimedia Gabon. Et je suis là pour partager mon expérience en tant que personne ayant été formée par Wiki Wake Up Afrique. Et donc, je vais parler brièvement du parcours, de la construction de la communauté au niveau du Gabon. Et donc, dans notre présentation, vous aurez des photos du Gabon, si on peut zapper.
Next slide.
Next slide, yeah. Donc, le Gabon, c'est un peu de tout ce qui vous est présenté là. C'est ça notre diversité culturelle, ce qui nous représente. Vous voyez qu'aujourd'hui, j'ai par exemple mis un chapeau traditionnel, voilà, pour faire un peu écho à la communauté gabonaise. Et donc, next slide. Le Gabon, c'est en chiffres 85% du territoire qui est couvert par la forêt et 2,4 millions d'habitants. Il y a un énorme potentiel au Gabon, mais les projets Wikimedia ne sont pas encore tellement connus. Et avec l'appui de Wiki Wake Up, nous travaillons à ce que les projets Wikimedia soient connus et que l'on puisse, nous, Gabonais, contribuer sur ces différents projets-là. Et donc, c'est en décembre 2023 que nous avons été contactés par le leader Mermoz Adodo pour être formés et construire la communauté du Gabon. Cette formation a été très intensive, voilà, et chacune des choses que nous avons apprises, nous les résumons dans un rapport d'activité. Et donc, c'est en mars 2024 que l'on a vraiment lancé les activités au niveau du Gabon. Nous sommes actuellement une dizaine de contributeurs et sur le portail du Gabon, nous comptons actuellement 1460 contributions et nous trouvons que c'est un peu faible. C'est pourquoi aujourd'hui à Wiki Indaba, l'on aimerait souligner le fait que si Wiki Wake Up est un peu plus appuyé, nous également, nous recevrons une formation plus qualitative. Et donc, nous avons besoin de ce soutien-là, nous avons besoin de plus de formation, de partenariat avec des personnes qui prennent part à ce genre de conférences, d'initiatives. Et au niveau du Gabon, nous avons déjà lancé quelques campagnes durant ces derniers mois. Nous avons, par exemple, en août, participé à Wiki African Independence Day. Next slide, please. Next. Next. Yeah. Et donc, cette team-là que vous voyez a participé à Wiki African Independence Month au niveau du Gabon. Nous avons filmé le défilé du 17 août au niveau du Gabon. Nous avons fait des sorties photographiques. Nous faisons des ateliers Wikipédia pour former d'autres personnes et leur donner envie de rejoindre le mouvement Wiki. Next slide. Next. Et donc là, ce sont nos différentes campagnes que nous avons déjà eu à faire, des ateliers. Et sur la next slide également, vous verrez d'autres photos. Et sur la next slide, vous verrez également nos statistiques actuellement sur le portail du Gabon. Et donc, nos objectifs, c'est vraiment de devenir un user group, de former un peu plus de personnes et créer également des pages event parce que ça, on ne l'a pas encore fait, mais nous sommes en train d'être formés là-dessus et formés également sur des demandes de financement. Donc, nos difficultés au niveau du Gabon, ça va être le fait d'engager des personnes au sein de la communauté Wikimedia. Et donc, on a besoin d'être un peu plus outillés là-dessus. On a besoin également de matériel parce qu'il y a des personnes qui sont très motivées, qui veulent bien travailler, contribuer bénévolement, mais l'on est face à ce problème où on n'a pas forcément le matériel adéquat. Tout le monde n'a pas forcément accès à une connexion Internet de qualité et des ordinateurs pour pouvoir contribuer efficacement. Et donc ça, ce sont les difficultés que nous rencontrons et nous sommes ouverts plus de collaboration avec les autres communautés, les autres leaders, Wiki Indaba et voilà, tous les représentants de la Wikimedia Foundation. Vos apports seront les bienvenus dans la construction de la communauté du Gabon. Et nous espérons que d'ici là, nous serons directement affiliés. Si vous avez des questions par rapport à la communauté du Gabon, vous pouvez les poser maintenant.
Est-ce qu'on peut enchaîner avec la présentation des matériaux?
D'accord.
Pour gagner du temps.
D'accord.
Tu veux plus continuer? Sorry. The slide for user group Madagascar, please. Peut-être que je vais déjà commencer. Ok, c'est bon. En tant qu'ambassadrice, ici dans cette conférence, on aimerait surtout vous partager que Madagascar est un potentiel pour la communauté wikipédienne ici en Afrique. Et moi, Angia et moi, ma collègue Mariella va faire la présentation sur ce point. Et avant de commencer, j'aimerais juste vous poser une question. Est-ce que vous connaissez Madagascar? Oui. Quoi? De nom, oui. De nom, oui. Next slide, please. OK. Beaucoup de personnes ne connaissent pas Madagascar. Ils pensent que Madagascar est un film. N'est-ce pas? OK. Madagascar n'est pas un film. C'est un beau pays. C'est un pays africain. Il se trouve juste au sud-est de l'Afrique. On est des Africains. Et si un jour vous cherchez une destination pour faire des vacances, vous êtes les bienvenus à Madagascar. C'est vraiment, il y a des endroits paradisiaques. Et venez chez nous. On va continuer un peu sur next slide. Sur le contexte et l'historique de la communauté. En fait, on était contacté par Mermoz en décembre 2022. On était quatre femmes au départ. On avait suivi des séances de coaching sur comment contribuer sur Wikimedia et ses projets frères. On avait aussi fait des rencontres avec vous, avec des Wikipédiens, à travers des séances de partage, des workshops. Il y avait aussi des partages d'expériences, même si on était novice dans ce domaine. On avait quelques expériences acquises qu'on pouvait partager. Et c'était vraiment l'occasion d'explorer le monde de Wikimedia et comment chercher des financements pour nos activités. Et c'est récemment, en mai 2022, qu'on a reçu l'affiliation en tant que user group.
Next slide. Bonjour. Depuis le lancement, nous avons effectué 10 campagnes. Next, please. Nous avons commencé par le mois de la contribution francophone. Ça s'est commencé en février 2023 et moi, j'étais parmi l'une des premières recrutées dans le groupe, contactée par les leaders. Next, please. Next slide. Nous avons effectué des concours photos comme Wiki Loves Earth et aussi le Wiki Heritage to Be. Next, please. Nous avons aussi participé à la campagne Wikipédia Page Wanting Photo. Next, please. Nous avons aussi participé à Wiki Loves Africa. C'était une expérience vraiment, vraiment enrichissante. C'est là que c'est la première fois que j'ai fait une demande de grant et Billy, encore merci, il m'a beaucoup aidé. Je l'ai appelé tout le temps. Encore merci. Next, please. Nous avons aussi participé au concours photo Wiki Loves Folklore. Next. Comme étendue de la communauté, maintenant nous sommes présents dans 4 régions de Madagascar que vous pouvez voir sur la carte, exactement dans 4 grandes villes. Il y a dans la ville d'Anchiran où j'habite, il y a aussi à Majenga et à Antananarivo et à Fenaranchua. Nous collaborons avec des partenaires locaux, mais nous cherchons encore d'autres partenaires. Les partenaires existants maintenant sont le club photo CGM, il y a aussi le club de photographie scout, l'université d'Anchiran et les parcs nationaux, parce que nous avons fait les sorties photos dans les parcs nationaux comme pendant le Wiki Loves Earth. Et grâce à cette merveilleuse communauté, nous avons pu participer à des événements internationaux comme ce moment à Wiki Indaba. L'année dernière, il y avait notre collègue et maintenant on est 2. Encore merci à l'équipe. Next, please. Si on résume notre activité depuis le commencement, nous avons fait 17 programmes et sur le dashboard, vous pouvez voir qu'on a 203 contributeurs, mais ce sont ceux qui se sont inscrits, mais les plus actifs sont aux environs de 80. Nous avons pu enrichir le portail Madagascar, nous avons pu ajouter plus de contenu sur Madagascar, plus de photos.
Une fois qu'on avait eu l'affiliation, on était vraiment contente. On avait fait une communiqué de presse et on était apparu sur presque les journaux nationaux, les grands journaux. Et c'était vraiment une fierté pour nous. Et ce sont les titres de journaux. Et pourquoi travailler avec la communauté Madagascar? Next slide, please. En fait, à Madagascar, la population est vraiment très jeune et très dynamique aussi. Et ils cherchent des engagements, de l'implication. Et nous pensons que guider ces jeunes vers le monde d'information va vraiment offrir des opportunités pour collaborer, pour s'ouvrir au monde et contribuer durablement à l'enrichissement du contenu Wikipédia sur Madagascar, mais surtout sur l'Afrique. Franchement, il y a beaucoup de thèmes qui devraient être encore exploités, comme la biodiversité, la culture, la tradition et beaucoup de choses encore. Et on a vraiment envie de travailler dessus pour qu'on puisse bien contribuer sur la plateforme. Next slide. OK. Nos objectifs pour la communauté. Et j'ai eu quelques occasions avec d'autres leaders de communauté pour discuter un peu comment on devrait gérer efficacement la communauté. Au niveau international, on a vraiment envie de faire des formations pour les leaders sur la recherche de stratégies, être au courant des activités de Wikipédia et faire des rapports financiers et d'activités. Et on aimerait aussi pousser les nouveaux contributeurs à participer à des ateliers, des webinaires internationaux et collaborer surtout avec d'autres communautés. Next slide. Au niveau national, on va surtout faire la promotion de la communauté pour être plus intègre et on va chercher des financements, des partenariats sur côté la connexion, les salles, l'accès aux informations. Et on va surtout se focaliser sur la qualité de nos contributions que d'augmenter continuellement nos contributeurs. On est surtout ici, next slide, on est surtout ici pour collaborer et offrir notre engagement pour vraiment valoriser le patrimoine africain sur Wikipédia. Et comment? Next slide. On aimerait participer et collaborer avec vous à travers des ateliers, écrire des projets, par exemple l'initiative PANCA. C'est un projet pour l'orientation des nouvelles communautés africaines. C'est encore en cours, mais on espère vraiment que ça pourrait aider beaucoup de communautés. Et si vous avez des projets qui sont en cours, on est prenante. Et on aimerait surtout des soutiens en termes de formation. N'hésitez pas surtout à nous contacter, next slide, à nous contacter à travers ces réseaux. Et pour finir, j'aimerais adresser nos sincères remerciements à Wiki Wake Up Africa, à next slide, à Bilé, Mermoz, Saliou, il y avait beaucoup qui étaient derrière nous. Merci infiniment. Il y avait Wikifranca, Wikimedia Foundation qui nous a supportés financièrement, aux projets qui nous ont contactés, Wiki Heritage et tous les leaders de la communauté et aussi les Wikimédias. Merci infiniment. Des questions?
Alors, on peut prendre quelques questions, s'il vous plaît. Please take a question.
We have 5 minutes, so let's just wrap up.
S'il te plaît, Franck, avant que tu n'interviennes. Alors, c'est l'occasion pour moi ici d'ajouter, déjà de célébrer ces communautés qui sont nouvelles, qui sont devenues des user groups, de les célébrer vraiment. C'est une fierté, il n'y a pas plus de fierté qu'à former des personnes et qu'elles deviennent des leaders engagés et qu'au finish, elles puissent continuer les objectifs du mouvement wikimédien. C'est une grande fierté pour nous, Wiki Wake Up Afrique, et nous espérons vraiment continuer dans ce sens, donc passer à l'action avec d'autres communautés africaines. Merci, tu peux aller.
Merci beaucoup, Billy. Merci beaucoup également pour la présentation de Andrea. Moi, ma question, c'est au niveau de Wiki Wake Up, qui a fait beaucoup de choses pour faire grandir les communautés, faire naître les communautés dans le pays. Aujourd'hui, je vois qu'il y a au moins 5 communautés qui ont été créées grâce en fait à l'entremise de Wiki Wake Up. Mais quelle est la suite pour Wiki Wake Up Afrique? Quelles sont les perspectives? Est-ce qu'on crée les communautés, on les laisse évoluer seules ou on les accompagne? Qu'est-ce que Wiki Wake Up a prévu dans ce sens? For people who don't understand French, let me try a little bit. Is that Wiki Wake Up, with its action, help create communities, Wikimedia communities, user group in Africa. But I would like to know what is the next step. Wiki Wake Up will support this community for some years. It is finished, we create and we let this community continue their growth by their own. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, you can go ahead to answer.
Okay. Je vais essayer de répondre à la question de Franck. Donc, pour ma part, je pense que si Wiki Wake Up a mené cet accompagnement auprès de plusieurs communautés en Afrique, ce n'est pas pour s'arrêter en si bon chemin. Je pense qu'au-delà du fait de former, de trouver des leaders qui vont s'engager pour des communautés, il y a cette formation-là qui est faite derrière. Il y a un suivi également des objectifs et des projets qui sont faits entre les communautés locales et Wiki Wake Up. Et Wiki Wake Up va s'assurer du fait qu'on atteigne les objectifs et qu'on soit capable de collaborer également avec d'autres communautés. Au niveau du Gabon, par exemple, on avait eu
on avait eu un problème de certains users qui mettaient de fausses informations sur des hommes politiques et autres. Et nous, on ne savait pas comment il fallait régler ce genre de problème-là. Et donc, on se rapproche de Wiki Wake Up pour avoir des solutions pour régler ce genre de problème-là.
Merci Franck pour ta question, parce que elle remet au menu du débat l'un des projets que Wiki Wake Up est en train de penser. Il s'agit de Ponka, qui a été dit par Landria. Et à côté de cela, dans la mouvance, parce qu'il s'agit d'un souci réel de formation continue, nous avons pensé à côté à continuer à faire des formations. Et l'idée n'est pas de toujours, en fait, de séquestrer les nouvelles communautés. Il est aussi important de laisser plus. Il s'agit d'un mouvement libre. Nous formons, nous accompagnons. Et lorsque, en bon manager, lorsque des communautés deviennent grandes ou peuvent déjà faire des projets, nous leur laissons l'occasion d'aller vers d'autres personnes, se créer des partenariats et à la demande, si elles veulent avoir du soutien de Wiki Wake Up, vraiment, ce que nous disons toujours après la formation, c'est que nous restons ouverts. Vous êtes, je vais dire ça comme ça, nos enfants. Et un enfant, dans les proverbes africains, on dit qu'un enfant ne devient pas vraiment grand et il sait toujours où retrouver la maison de ses parents. Donc, les portes sont toujours ouvertes à ces communautés qui deviennent des user groups. C'est aussi l'occasion pour moi d'ajouter, sinon après j'oublie, déjà, j'ai pas été informé que je serais présentateur, j'allais faire mieux et j'allais avoir un slide et tout, mais c'est pas grave. C'est du quotidien, on fait ça, les formations sont quotidiennes, c'est dans notre actif quotidien en fait. Donc du coup, mon intervention va être à la réponse à la question que le mouvement se pose, le mouvement wikimédien se pose, à savoir comment résoudre le problème de contribution ou bien de création du contenu en Afrique. Alors, Wiki Wake Up devient, cette question a été posée par Véronica lors de son keynote, je pense. Donc, la réponse devient, Wiki Wake Up Afrique devient une réponse à cette préoccupation qui concerne tout le monde. Et grâce à l'actif que nous avons autour des communautés que nous tentons de créer, et également de celles qui sont créées, je pense que, honnêtement, le contenu des pays que la communauté, que le mouvement n'arrivait pas à toucher, ces pays commencent à mettre du contenu, et ce contenu n'est pas des moindres, c'est du contenu fiable et vérifiable, donc ça rentre dans le partage de l'information fiable sur des pays. Donc, c'est une occasion pour moi et pour Wiki Wake Up de vraiment remercier ces nouveaux user groups, ces pays qui contribuent jour et nuit, qui se donnent du temps, de leur énergie, qui font de Wikimedia une passion. Et nous espérons mieux faire dans les jours à venir. Je vous remercie.
Ok, je vais commencer. Et donc, pour conclure, moi, j'aimerais beaucoup remercier AfroCrowd, parce que AfroCrowd a été un soutien financier pour la communauté du Gabon. Quand on a des difficultés financières, on peut se tourner vers AfroCrowd, vers Wiki Wake Up. Et donc, merci aux leaders de Wiki Wake Up pour le temps qu'ils nous donnent, parce que parfois, on appelle Mermoz au milieu de la nuit pour poser des questions sur des projets. Donc, merci à ces personnes-là.
Je tiens à remercier tous les participants à cette conférence aussi. J'ai pu enrichir mes connaissances, j'ai pu connaître beaucoup de personnes. Merci beaucoup. Ce monde de Wikimedia est vraiment merveilleux. Merci à tous.
Merci à vous aussi. J'aimerais peut-être qu'il y a peu d'anglophones ici dans la salle, mais l'appel c'est surtout pas que pour les francophones, mais on est ouvert à tout le monde, même si on a des difficultés à s'exprimer, à communiquer en anglais. On aimerait vraiment travailler avec vous, vos supports, et travailler des projets ensemble aussi. Mais en tout cas, cette conférence, c'était vraiment enrichissante et j'étais très contente de enfin vous rencontrer en personne. On avait fait beaucoup de travail en ligne, que ce soit dans les webinaires ou les partages. Merci.
Mon mot de fin, ce sera déjà c'est une occasion pour moi de remercier tous ceux qui deviennent des leaders, qui s'engagent à former d'autres personnes à travers l'initiative WikiWeCop. Et à côté de cela, c'est aussi une occasion pour nous de célébrer ces personnes, de célébrer également ces communautés qui ont été créées à travers WikiWeCop. Je n'oserais tous les citer. Il y a le Sénégal, le Burkina, le Congo, la RCA et, et bien Madagascar et bientôt le Gabon et bien d'autres. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. And it's coffee break. It's time for coffee break. So we are coming back at we are coming back at 11:30. So we just have a 15-minute coffee break, and we'll be back at 11:30.
Sure.
Felix Nati. Ayla, you got an icebreaker for us for 1 minute? Thanks. Thank you. Okay, guys, who's tired? Who is tired? Who is happy? Who wants to stay one more day? Okay, we're about to start now, and thank you all for just working with us. We know the times haven't been perfect, but thank you for the grace that you have all given and the flexibility you've had today. So we're going to have a few things that are happening now. And I mean, Bobby, are you ready for us, or should we start with Felix and Michael to get the ball rolling? All right. So, as you all know, in room Gidani, we had the hackathon happening. Many of you were even struggling to get through the door. I'm going to call upon Michael Graf and Felix Nati, who are going to give us some feedback about what actually happened behind those doors of the hackathon.
No,
You can speak in front.
Why does the name always sound like naughty?
Felix Naughty. Not so naughty. There we go. Thank you, Michael.
Okay, Michael. Let me see by hands if you attended the hackathon. If you happen to pass through, that's nice. I can see hands of people that were not there.
Okay, so the reason that we decided to have a hackathon is because other Wikimedia events like Wikimania, they have hackathons.
Michael,
yes.
Can you get it closer to you?
Okay, so Wikimania has a hackathon. Why shouldn't Wiki Indaba have a hackathon? And a hackathon is, by definition, it's an unstructured time during which people work on technological tasks at their own pace. So that's what we tried to do in Morocco last year. It was a bit over-ambitious. This year we've done something else which was very structured, but I think it was actually what was needed. And we will report on some of the sessions that were held and the learnings, etc. Yeah, so the hackathon, I think it's going to be part of Wiki Indaba from now on.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Michael has been a pioneer in this space. He actually pioneered the first ever Wikimedia hackathon in 2023 in Morocco. A round of applause for him. So for this year, our number one goal was to showcase to participants that hackathon spaces are not just meant for technical people. Hackathon is a space where anyone with an interest in a technical project or with an interest in tools that are being used in the movement can join in. And be it you wanting to contribute to documentations for tools that exist, or even testing tools, hackathon can be a space for everyone. And we are very intrigued that this year we did see a lot of non-technical contributors coming into the space. By design, we ensured that the hackathon was localized such that it covered things that were important to Africans. So this year we focused on African languages a lot, and we did a lot with participants who were trying to grow their languages in the Wikimedia space. With the help of the languages team at the Wikimedia Foundation, we were able to design a hackathon that I believe was for everyone. Anyone could attend the hackathon. We had about 20 people attend the hackathon. Considering the size of the room and the number of people we had, we were very pleased and honored that people actually took the time to show up. And I just want to make this practical. So I just will pass the mic to some of the participants of the hackathon to share the experience of what the hackathon was like. So if you did attend the hackathon, let me see by hands again. Hey, now no hands. Okay, good. There's a hand here. So tell us about your experience of the hackathon.
Hello, everyone. I'm Wilson Semanda from Uganda, and I'm the team lead for Luganda Wikipedia, one of the major languages of Uganda. I attended this hackathon, and I really gained a lot from the way I came. I may note 3 things that really I feel that I learned, and it is the gospel that I'm going to preach in Uganda when I go back. Number 1 was I learned about the mobile interface. It's yesterday that I got to know that someone can edit Wikipedia, someone can translate using a phone. We've been teaching a number of university students how to translate from English to Luganda language, one of our measures of content generation, but many of them don't have laptops. So the moment you train them, they just go back because they don't have laptops, and they could not participate. I'm going back to teach this, and I hope people will do more contributions. The second thing that I learned was about the about the Translate Wiki tool. We don't even know who translated our page for Wikipedia, but I didn't know that we can edit it. There are some words that they did not translate. They are still there in English. I didn't know that we can edit them. And I also didn't know that we can translate other wikis like Wiki Commons. We've been uploading content of Luganda, but on English Commons. So the moment we go back, we are going also to translate that Wiki Commons and other wikis that we use. Maybe lastly, the other thing that I got more interest with is the machine translation. This Mint, I found out that it's really easy. I had bias about it because I was supporting humans to do translations, but I got to know that with it translates for you. Then you as a human, you just pass through to do a little corrections. With just a little time, you get done with an article, and I think it will be very important for us to generate more content and raise our articles in numbers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Anyone else wants to share? Okay.
Hi, everybody.
And please, before you do, kindly stand up so production can capture you.
Okay, we're doing this. Hi, everybody. My name is Retabile Zaza. I am from South Africa. In my everyday life, I host book clubs, as I'm sure everybody knows, in the hackathon section, or yeah. There are 2 fundamental things that I learned actually at the hackathon, which piqued my interest. One of which was the QX device that we actually were talking about. And basically what it is just a device that helps people who don't have internet connection to actually connect to Wikipedia and all its pages. And the second thing which stood out was the translations of the languages. That is one of the most important things that I feel we need, even in South Africa, because in rural areas, in the townships, most people don't actually speak English. So we are able to directly educate these people about what Wikipedia and the languages can do, as well as how to insert information onto Wikipedia through that. So those are the 2 main things that I learned.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts and your experience at the hackathon. There's one more hand.
Okay. Thank you for the floor. Sorry, I will speak in French. I don't know if someone can help us to translate.
C'est slow. Okay, ready.
Ok, je suis Valentin Nassibou de Wikimedia RDC. Par rapport à l'expérience des hackathons, au sein de notre communauté, on a organisé, je crois, 3 hackathons. Et bon, chez nous, c'est plutôt un peu trop technique. Premièrement,
Vu qu'on travaille en collaboration avec Kali Academy, c'est une académie des développeurs qui font du développement web et web mobile. Et avec eux, on utilise des API des projets Wikimedia pour développer en tout cas des outils. Et entre autres, le dernier outil qu'on a mis en place, c'est EMI. EMI, c'est un nom en lingala qui signifie les articles qui ont été plus vus dans un pays. Et à travers cette application, vous avez la possibilité de voir en tout cas les articles qui ont été vus dans un pays différent. Voilà.
So, hello everyone, my name is Valentin. I'm from DRC. And in our community, we work in technical projects. So far we've had 3 hackathons. And we worked with a local organization called Kali Academy. And they brought developers. And we use the Wikimedia API to develop tools and platforms. And the recent one is called Amy, which is a word in Lingala. And it is related to the most viewed articles. And they generate from them to... vous générez des articles à travers? So they work on the most viewed articles on each country, and they improve the content.
Et mais aussi, on avait aussi participé dans un autre hackathon en ligne. Je crois que c'est organisé par la Fondation Wikimedia. C'est Wishathon. Et donc, avec toujours la collaboration de Kali Academy et Wikimedia RDC, on a aussi pu participer dans cet hackathon. Et je crois que ça a été agréable. Merci. C'est un hackathon qui était en ligne. Un hackathon qui était en ligne.
Okay, so they also joined an online hackathon with the same organization, Kali Academy. It is called Wishathon. So they're also doing things online. So I've asked him about what exactly. He said that it is an online space, so anyone can propose things.
C'est un hackathon qui est organisé par la Fondation, je crois.
So it is both by this organization and also Wikimedians. And the foundation also joined there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Reda, for the translation. Thank you, Valentine, for sharing your thoughts. Mike Pugh, sorry, I've been calling you Mike Pugh for. Mike Graf, can you tell us more about the baby steps that we took at this year's hackathon?
Okay, I think the first thing to note is that we had quite a good spread of languages. I mean, we had languages from far parts of Africa, Amharic, Luganda, and Shona. Okay, Shona is not that far. But we also had local languages, of course, Zulu, Xhosa, Ndebele, etc. And then for the first time ever at any Wikimedia event, we had Kokukhoab, which is a minority language. It's only got 60,000 speakers in South Africa, but it's an official language in Namibia and Botswana. And we actually started the Kokukhoab Wikipedia in the incubator during our hackathon. So that's a milestone that we reached. Yes, and in order to do that, we had to actually create an input method, because the click phonemes, like the ones that Bobby was illustrating to us, they use characters which are not found on keyboards. So we had to get the Wikimedia Foundation to create a support online in the Wiki Translate interface and in the incubator. So, and we had a speaker of Kokukhoab here yesterday. So she created the first article, and she named the article in Kokukhoab, but she was unable to enter the content because the method introduced by Amir online, she couldn't get it to work. I created an article which I just gave the English title article, and I was able to type a few click consonants in that article. So that new Wikipedia consists of 2 articles. One has a title and one has contents. So that's it. It's a start.
So we actually created a keyboard, and we contributed to more than 10 languages at the hackathon this year. I think it deserves a round of applause. These are baby steps, but we hope to do more at next year's hackathon. The hackathon has come to stay. So we're very happy with what the baby steps we achieved this year, and hopefully next year we can even do better. Some of the lessons we learned. So there were some discussions in the room about what we can do better to get people in the room. And as much as we focus this year on trying to get people to understand that hackathons are not only technical spaces, we still think there's more that can be achieved. And so one of the main things that came out from the session was how we can repackage hackathon, or possibly even change the name from hackathon, because that monster is scary to people. So how to repackage the hackathon, break it down so it's easy for people to see how they can contribute to that. That being said, this is the end of our shout out to you. Thank you so much for listening to us. And yeah, join the hackathon next year. Bobby?
Is it my turn? Belinda, is it me or is it you? Okay.
All right, so we're moving on now. Thank you so much, Michael, Felix, and I think there's a lot that I would believe we could say we pioneered at this hackathon this year. So thank you to everybody who coordinated and attended and contributed in some shape or form. So now I'm going to hand over to Bobby, and Bobby is going to take us, tell us what he's doing with all that cake at the front, and start a session on the future of Wiki Indaba, and I'll hand over to you, Bobby.
Sure, thank you so much. Okay, I've come to give a word of thanks for everyone that was able to join us in person as well as online. We have a cake here that we're going to eat today, in celebration of the 10th year since the first Wiki Indaba was hosted here in Johannesburg, and in celebration of the 8th edition of the Wiki Indaba conference. Now, over the years, the conference was only organized by the countries that were nominated to organize the conference, but we have learned over the years, you know, it's a learning progress, you know, we learn from this, we improve, we do things differently, we don't just continue doing the same way. And this year we have organized the conference. Basically, it was a conference that was organized by Wikipedians from different countries. And these are the names that helped to put this conference together. Can we please give a round of applause to this people? Can the people stand up, the ones that were organizers? Yes, the organizers. If your name is here, please stand up. Yeah, so these are the people really that helped us to put this conference together. Really, this conference, it can take the life out of you, you know, if you're not prepared. Yeah, you really need to be prepared. There are a lot of issues that you have to deal with. There are a lot of issues that you have to deal with. I'm telling you, friends. Yeah, so really, I appreciate you guys. And the ones that were unable to make it today here, who are watching us right now online, would also like to appreciate you for being an integral part of the conference today. All right. Should I call you, Belinda, to come and help me with the cutting of the cake here? And we've got some couple of cakes here. Yes, I'm still gonna call you Belinda. You are my right hand. Just say some few words and help us.
Maybe just to add that, as you were saying, it was, even though it's held in South Africa, this was a Pan-African conference, because in every shape or form, whether it was any back-end work that needed to be done, anything, even here, we ended up getting people volunteering for loads of things, even if their names might not be here. So I think we were really in this mission together. And I'd like to, again, just echo what Bobby said in terms of thanking everyone. And also to say that we will take learnings from this Wiki Indaba. What are some of the things that we did for the first time, this Wiki Indaba? Well, for the first time, we used a platform called Event Yay, which is used at Wikimania. And of course, things weren't the most smooth from day one, but as it went along, we did our best to make sure that this platform that is being provided will make sure that just the people in this room are not the only ones that enjoy Wiki Indaba, and also making space to make sure that actually those that speak in French can also hear clearly what is going on, or if you want to listen in English to some of the French sessions. So that was something very, very new for us, Event Yay. And we may see Event Yay being used in other conferences in the future, just like Wikimania. The second thing that was fresh and different, before we get to the cutting of the cake, is we tried our best to consider different communication channels. Some of you, maybe even up to now, have not spoken to Zar, our mascot for this conference, but we're hoping as we hand over in the future to other conference organizers, they could use this opportunity to look at how to finesse that. Because Zara was a mascot, but was there to really give information to participants about what was happening. And we will take feedback about how to make that smoother in the future. So that was cool. And I'm sure, who of you watched the virtual tour before coming to Indaba? The video that was created, the virtual tour. Anybody watched it? Okay. A few people watched it. So we created this virtual tour because we wanted people to know what to expect when they come to Wiki Indaba. Where are you going to sleep? How to get from the airport? And again, this was something new that we tried to do, and we hopefully can, again, make it smoother for the future conferences. It's just a small little thing, but it means a lot to people who are traveling, some of you for the first time. So can we give each one of you a huge round of applause for attending, contributing, supporting. Thank you all so much. And I'd like to pull up maybe the COT, Bobby, to help, the COT leads to help. I know Alice is one person whose name Bobby forgot to put here. It was meant to be here.
Oh. Oh, wow. How can I do that?
So maybe we can call a few. It's fine. I'm just, I already apologized to her, but she understands. She was running the slide.
Oh my goodness.
So maybe we could call them up so you could just get the cake cut and then we go on to the next session.
Yeah, so the COT, can you please come forward so that we can get the cake cut? And then after that, I would go to the next
so COT, come quickly to the front, whoever is here.
Yeah.
Okay, just to go back there, everyone in the back. Go. For the photos. Okay, and we also have some gluten-free cupcakes that are available, and we'll hand it out to those that won't be able to eat the sugar ones. All right, thank you, Alice, for everything. Ingrid, come quickly, guys. Herschel, V, let's rush to the front. For fire hazards, we're not going to light any candles. But Rita, would you do us can you cut for us? Hold, it's like a wedding. We all hold. We're all part of this. All right. Thank you so much. Here's to 10 years of Wiki Indaba and 100 more.
All right. Yeah, can you please take the cupcakes to the people?
Oh, yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
That's better.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's fine. Yeah, so the ones that needs gluten-free, you just raise your hands and then we hand over you can pass it to you.
I see you, Ida.
Gluten-free, I see some hands.
The gluten-free is in the box.
Yeah, the gluten-free is in the box. All right, while we're nibbling on the cakes, now we go to the second segment of our session. So the second segment of our session is about the feedback on this conference. We want to hear your honest views. This is a free and friendly space, open space. We are all free to talk, and this is the time to express yourself. What do you think went well with this conference, and what do you think needs to be improved actually? So any comments are actually welcomed. We are welcome. We welcome positive criticism. There are a couple of things that we've learned over the years, as I said earlier on. And one of the hurdles that we really had has been the issue of language barrier. Language barrier has really been an issue. I want to hear, especially from our French participants, French speakers, how did you feel? You know, what was your experience with this conference, especially with the online translation? And did you even like the online translation? If you have any recommendations on how we can improve this, please let us know. Who wants to start? Who wants to give it a first shot? So everything went well? Donation? Do you want to give it a first shot? So, can we have people that are helping us with the microphones?
Okay, thank you, Bobby. I'm Donatien from Côte d'Ivoire. Bobby want begin. Moi, je voulais donc comment on appelle ça, mes recommandations, mes observations pour l'amélioration de la conférence. Déjà, je pense que, en tout cas, mes félicitations à l'équipe. C'est pas évident. Nous, on a organisé la Wiki Convention francophone avec environ 200 personnes. On sait on connaît le stress. Il a dit que ça peut vous bouffer toute une vie. C'est pas faux. Donc, je voulais saluer tout le comité qui a travaillé. En termes de recommandations, moi, j'ai deux éléments sur lesquels je voulais intervenir. C'est vrai que la barrière de la langue, je vais terminer par ça, mais le premier élément, c'est un aspect logistique très pratique par rapport à la navette. Nous sommes arrivés à 1h du matin et on a dû attendre près de 2 à 3 heures avant de quitter l'aéroport. On est arrivé à 6 heures ici et la conférence commençait à 9 heures. Je pense que c'est pas très... c'est épuisant après qu'on ait fait près de 14 heures de vol. Donc, c'est pas très évident. Donc, je pense que à ce niveau, il faut qu'on veille à pouvoir vraiment permettre aux gens d'avoir du temps de repos avant le démarrage de la conférence. Sinon, on peut pas être très productif les premiers jours. Donc, ça, c'est quelque chose quand même que je tenais à souligner parce que ça nous a vraiment épuisés, en tout cas ceux qui étaient du même groupe que nous. Le deuxième élément, c'est au niveau de la langue. J'apprécie les efforts. Depuis l'année dernière, je pense que Wiki Indaba commence à être multilingue. Au Maroc, on avait 3 langues. On avait le français, l'arabe, en plus de l'anglais. Ici, j'observe un effort pour inclure le français. L'idéal, c'est une traduction en bonne et due forme. Maintenant, je comprends que peut-être pour les questions de budget, ça peut être difficile, mais je pense qu'il faut en amont suffisamment anticiper sur les questions de traduction. Pourquoi pas dans le comité d'organisation avoir quelqu'un ou une équipe, un groupe de travail qui est dédié à la traduction et longtemps en amont, on organise cela en recrutant des bénévoles. Par exemple, le temps de volontariat qu'on a, on peut le mettre à contribution pour les traductions afin que lors de nos conférences, il y ait vraiment des traductions dans toutes les langues et aussi encourager les uns les autres à pouvoir prendre la parole dans la langue qui leur est plus aisée, en tout cas parmi les langues qu'on utilise. Donc, c'est d'anticiper suffisamment sur cet aspect parce que tant que on aura une langue dominante, on ne pourra pas vraiment atteindre l'objectif d'inclusion qu'on veut parce que c'est toujours difficile de pouvoir partager ses idées dans une langue qui n'est pas notre langue native. Voilà. Mais en tout cas, bravo et merci à tout un chacun pour tout cela.
One, two. Thank you so much. Can someone help us with the translation there? Then we're going to come to you. So, what I want to say before I give to, please give it to Saslaus there at the end. There's also going to be a Google form that we're going to send out to all of you to fill for those people that feel that they cannot talk in public, you know. We are also going to share that Google form so that you can share honestly what you think about how this conference was organized. You know, the things that worked well and the things that you feel that did not work well. You know, the flights for the first time this time were not organized by us. They were handled at the foundation. The hotel was not organized by us. It was handled by the foundation. How do you feel about that? You know, we were using Eventier. How do you feel about that? Your experience, the food, the hotel, you know, the hotel where we went to eat. How do you feel about that? You know, so all of these are, you know, things that will help the next host, you know, improve upon. And this model of including, you know, organizers or volunteers from different countries. How do you feel about that? So yeah, Seslaus.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I will start with interpreting the second recommendation he made, just to drive home his point. So Donatien was, of course, first of all, appreciating the effort that started last year in Morocco, where we had you know, more language or more an advanced language inclusion by having interpretation in English, French, and Arabic at the conference. And then, you know, it seemed like we were one step back this year since we had just English and French per se. So for him, he's hoping that, you know, despite the fact that we know that our budgets are usually tight, we can, you know, proliferate the languages that are available so that there will be no dominant language, as that makes it very difficult for people to be able to express themselves comfortably. So for him, the more we try to, I mean, we should try to include maybe Swahili, for instance, or Ewe, or, you know, some languages that people are having as their first languages so that they can express themselves efficiently. Then the first point he made was the fact that the flight schedule took them about 14 hours to get here, and they got here around 4 a.m. or thereabout, only for the conference to start 9 a.m. the very day. So he's making a submission that we should consider those who have to do that long flight, layover and whatnot, to get to the conference. Maybe we have a situation whereby they have at least a day or so to rest before the conference kickstarts. Thank you.
Thanks. That's a very, very valid point. Thank you for that. Before we give it to you, Herschel has an announcement.
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry to be the logistics person that has to force some of our colleagues to leave, but for the people that have a 4 p.m. and a 5 p.m. flight, I think it's Kenya and Rwanda Air, can you meet me in the lobby so we can get you onto your shuttle and make sure that you get to the airport on time? Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Olá, muito bom dia. Meu nome é Brian Manhamadio, da Guiné-Bissau. Eu sou lusófono com a língua portuguesa na língua. Portanto, eu vou dar essas palavras aqui antes de terminarmos. Don't worry, I will give some words in English and then in French. And my friend Reda can help. Good.
Alright, muito bom.
Essas palavras eu gostaria de dizer isto em português porque é necessário a nossa inclusão.
So he says he's speaking Portuguese and he will be doing it in French so that everyone can understand and then translating it to English. So vous pouvez procéder en français.
D'accord. Il est nécessaire de parler ceci parce que Wiki Indaba se traite sur l'inclusion totale et pas partielle de tout le monde.
So it is very important to have a total inclusion for all stakeholders in Africa. Also making taking into consideration all linguistic differences. So they are speaking Portuguese, so it should be some kind of inclusivity more.
Le peuple lusophone, à ma voix, remercie l'organisation, en particulier une communauté qui est en train d'être bâtie en Guinée-Bissau, aussi remercie l'organisation et l'opportunité qui nous donne d'être ici et de partager aussi un peu sur la Guinée-Bissau et le chemin qu'on est en train de bâtir là-bas.
So you see, Portuguese-speaking community is thankful for the opportunity to come here and speak and meet everyone, and specifically the community in Guinea-Bissau. It is his community, and the community is growing there. So it is for him an opportunity to meet everyone, gain more knowledge, and it is a place that he can share knowledge and get knowledge.
Nous ne serions pas ici sans l'accompagnement de Wiki Côte d'Ivoire. Je profite pour dire un grand merci au peuple ivoirien qui nous a permis de former, de faire comprendre comment ça fonctionne, et aussi le peuple brésilien à travers Lucas, Wiki Brésil, qui ont accompagné après le soutien de Côte d'Ivoire.
So thanks to this meeting, he was able to get in contact with the community in Côte d'Ivoire. So now they will support them in advancing in their projects, because in the past they were relying on Brazil, and the community in Brazil also spoke Portuguese, but they find difficulties in helping them. So, and he was also thankful for them because they were the first ones who brought them to the movement, and they had interactions with them, specifically the person of Lucas. And now with Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, they can have an inter-African collaboration to support them locally and have projects happening in Guinea-Bissau.
Merci aussi à Reda, qui depuis 2 ans, ils m'ont accompagné et aussi soutenu dans ce processus. Et aussi un merci à Véronica, qui a parlé avec Lucas la possibilité d'aider la communauté lusophone, et aussi Mike Peel, qui a permis aussi d'avoir une rencontre ici et qui tout à l'heure on va discuter. We are ready to move together and bring lusophone community to the Wikipedia.
So he was saying by the end, he was thankful of Veronica, myself, and Mike Bill for supporting him in making it possible for him to have the growth of his community, and he look forward to improve and also contribute with everyone. And muito obrigado.
Thank you so much. Reda, observation.
Stand up. C'est en quelle langue?
C'est Constant Zogbonon.
French.
Oui, français. Je remercie en fait l'équipe organisatrice pour l'organisation de Wiki Indaba 2024. Et comme observation, moi je viens du Bénin, un pays francophone. Je m'attendais à venir en Afrique du Sud, découvrir aussi la culture d'Afrique du Sud. Ce qui m'a un peu dérangé particulièrement, c'est que je suis venu dans le pays de Nelson Mandela. Je n'ai pas eu la chance, en fait, de voir des statues de Nelson Mandela, la prison, des endroits touristiques.
So he's Constant from Benin, and this is his first time in South Africa. And we know the history of South Africa, the resistance, and the whole history. So he wanted to discover the culture. And the figure of Mandela, it's for him as a symbol. So he wanted to see the statue, the places where he lived, the prison where he was there. And so there was no possibility for him to discover these places.
À part ça, il nous a fallu aujourd'hui faire pratiquement 3 heures de marche. Reda avec mes confrères, nous sommes 5, pour découvrir en fait le centre commercial qui est pratiquement à plus de 3 km d'ici. pour une prochaine organisation de Wiki Indaba, peu importe le pays, je voudrais qu'on puisse s'organiser de telle façon ceux qui quittent ailleurs puissent connaître en fait l'identité culturelle du pays qui nous accueille, qu'on ne soit pas simplement à l'hôtel. Merci.
So it was until today that he knew that there is a statue of Mandela in the Santon Mall, which is 3 kilometers nearby, and he could even walk to see there. So he didn't got the information until today, and today he is leaving. So it's saying that as a recommendation, it is better for organization to share what are the possibilities, what are the places that one would recommend to go, and also for the African community to learn more about the local culture and interact with the local people, because it's a way of showing how we can be together and also understand the local cultures and also showcase our local culture for the rest of the community.
Thank you so much. I saw a hand, yes, over there.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Mate Telesele, and I am from South Africa. Myself and my colleague, we actually welcomed some of our colleagues at the airport. And the first thing that happened when our colleagues came was the language barrier. I've always heard of nations that speak only their language, but I had never experienced it. And it was the first time that I had to use Google Translate to communicate with somebody. And it was actually the gentleman, like him. He doesn't understand English at all. And I had to use Google Translate the whole time from the airport up until coming to the hotel, and with other things as well. And I'm happy to say, every time he saw me in the conference, he's been saying, merci, merci, merci. So that for me was a really like eye-opener for us to also maybe take note of other languages, to just know at least a way to just get by in that language. Because had I, on my side, known a bit of French, then I would have been more helpful to him. As much as Google Translate came into my assistance, but I believe I could have been more helpful, especially in his language. And with having to assist some of you with local information, we did share some of the information that he actually mentioned. We shared about information about the history of where we are right now, the mall that's close by. When we went to Soweto yesterday, I was basically the tour guide telling them all of the sites, and went to Mandela House and all. And that was for me also like another thing. I've never done that before, and especially having to do with two people that come from outside. So for me, this Indaba was really a great experience. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So I'm gonna take one or two other hands. Okay,
I
see
had
a couple of, I see a couple
Bobby.
of hands. Okay.
Before Rene
Yes.
shares, Rene, sorry, just shortly, I wanted to add on to the recommendation to add different things in the Indaba programming, and actually remind us, organizers of Wiki Indaba do a pre-event survey. That survey is what informs organizers of the things that we would like to do. So if we can also all be very intentional on how we engage with that survey, it will really help organizers know what we want planned, what we would like to see catered for, from the social events to the meals and everything else. Thank you. Now over to you, Rene.
Thank you so much
Okay,
for that.
thank you. Hello, everyone. Someone knows me, some other did not. I'm bilingual, so but I will speak in French. It's my basis. Please, Reda, you could translate. C'est un moment fort depuis l'année dernière où, à travers Wiki Indaba au Maroc, nous avons commencé à célébrer le travail que nous avons commencé à battre.
So it is a very strong and bounding event and gathering. So for him, since last year when he attended Wiki Indaba in Morocco, it has been a journey to meet the community again and connect and share.
Alors, pour moi, c'était un rêve de venir en Afrique du Sud et à travers Wiki Indaba, nous voyons et le mouvement Wikimedia, nous pouvons accomplir des rêves parce que étant agent à MTN, j'avais toujours rêvé arriver en Afrique du Sud, ne serait-ce que fouler le pied, déjà aller à Soweto, ça a été un honneur et de voir la maison de Nelson Mandela.
So for him, it was a dream to come to South Africa, and thanks to Wiki Indaba and the organization, it made it possible to achieve this dream. And it was for him a chance to go to Soweto, to see Mandela House, and be there where this figure has lived.
Ok, c'est également une occasion pour moi, et je vais finir par là, de remercier tous les contributeurs, tout le monde qui se donne à fond, qui prend de son temps et de son énergie pour partager la connaissance, pour le livre Partage la connaissance. Merci.
So, as a last word, he says in the occasion to thank everyone for their time and energy, for sharing knowledge, spreading the open information for the rest of the community, and wants to thank every single person here.
No, thank you so much. So I saw a hand there, yes, and then I'll give it to you. Maybe there, and then we come here.
Yeah. So I was listening up to hear some of the complaints that I've had, and there's one complaint that is not coming through that I've had a lot. So I want to put it out there because there's an elephant in the room. People are not happy that they had to check out very early this morning. And some of them are flying out late in the evening, and they have to check out at 9 or 8 a.m. so they can be in the conference and so on. So these are the things that we need to bring out there that we can definitely do better because it's a stressful thing.
Thank you so much for that, Dumi. I need to say again, and I think I highlighted this earlier on, that previously communities that were organizing the conference were granted the entire budget to organize the conference. But with this conference, for the first time, the foundation is the one that is handling the flights as well as the rooms. And we've had challenges there, because if we want to maybe extend someone's flight, maybe they want to, something that's happened, urgently. We want that to be done now, but the person in the US is asleep. So we had to wait for maybe 12 hours for them to wake up and to respond. And it was just a logistical nightmare. The communication and the time differences really put us at a very, very... Yes, the other thing. On weekends, the communication is also slow. So, yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to take one. Okay, just one and two. And then after that, we're going to close. Yeah, with you. Yes, please go ahead.
I speak in Arabic because there is a...
Right, okay.
I can speak in French, but I speak in Arabic. شكرا على الاستضافة. توجد هناك بعض المشاكل، لكن في آخر المطاف التنظيم جيد. لدي بعض الملاحظات فقط بالنسبة للترجمة.
So he's thankful of the organization. Despite that there are challenges and problems or issues, we still manage to have a great conference and we can overcome those challenges.
فقط عندي ملاحظة بالنسبة للترجمة. أنا كل مرة لا أجد اللينك الرابط للترجمة. هذا أمر يعني لاحظته في كل غرف. يعني كل مرة لابد أن أخرج أضع أصور ثم آتي. يعني هذا أمر تنظيمي. كان من الأفضل أن يكون الرابط متاح في كل لحظة، مثلا في كل مكان، يعني لتسهيل المهمة.
So in terms of accessibility for interpretation, it was difficult for him to get QR codes for every single room. So he needed to go to the main place and check for where is the QR code for which side, which room, and for which language. And he is recommending that those information should be accessible in all places and in the dedicated places when he can easily access to those links and get easier for him to directly access the interpretation instead of losing time to look for the link and information and QR codes and so on.
وإضافة بسيطة فقط أنه حتى الوسائل يعني ليس كل من له توفر مثلا أبسط شيء يمكن أن لا يكون للشخص. لذلك أتمنى يعني لو كان هناك تنظيم الوسائل الاتصال تكون متوفرة. أنا حضرت في برلين كانت كل الوسائل متوفرة يعني يعطيك مباشرة الجهاز ترجمة إلى غير ذلك.
So also in terms of material, not all people have headsets or they brought headsets. So he's given an example of the conference happening in Germany where organizers have provided material to access interpretation. So he's giving a suggestion that such material can be provided by the hotel or by the service provider so that it can be easily accessible for all participants.
Merci.
Shukran. Thank you.
Sure. Unfortunately, our timekeepers, they don't allow us to take more questions. So I'm going to quickly jump to the next segments of of our session, where we're going to be talking about the next conference host. I'm sorry. So, as you know that this is a Pan-African conference, it circulates around the African continent. Now, I'm going to share with you the criterion that you need in order to have the conference in your country as well. So there are basically 4 things that you need to meet before you can host the conference. The first thing is that you need to be an affiliate. Your user group need to be affiliated to the Wikimedia Foundation. That's the first criterion. And then the second one is there should be no elections in your country. Yeah, at the time when the conference is happening, there should be no elections. And then the third one, you should be in good standing. Your user group should be in good standing with regards to the financial reporting and running of your finances. You know, submitting reports to the Wikimedia Foundation and all that. And then number 4, you need to have capacity. People who have capacity, who are experienced, at least in organizing an event, and who are going to help out. You know, there can be a lot of people in the user group, but if you don't have people that have capacity, people who know how to organize event, it's going to be difficult for us to grant you or for WISCOM to grant you the bid to host. So those are the 4 basic criterions that we look at. Now, you are wondering where the next one will be hosted. So initially we were hosting one conference every year, like we will tell you that the next one was happening at this country, right? It was going to take place, you know, at this country. But this time around, we decided to select 3 hosts so that we give them time, you know, to organize, right? So that we also give ourselves time to prepare to apply for visa. You know how difficult it is to apply for visa in the African continent, right? And to do other things, you know, just to do the preparation beforehand, not in the 11th hour. So, unfortunately, we did not select any country this time around. Yes. There are countries that have submitted. We have them. We are still in that process of selecting the next 3 countries and then announce them to you. So that announcement is going to happen at the next Africa Baraza. That's where we're going to be announcing the next 3 hosts for 2025, 2026, 2027. Yes. We already have the list. We're just still going through the selection process because we don't want to rush and then announce here and then only to find out that we actually are not ready. Even the people that we've selected are not even ready. So the next Africa Baraza is taking place, where is Winnie?
In November.
Yes, so the next Africa Baraza is taking place in November, which is a few weeks from now, I believe. So that's when we're going to be announcing the next 3 hosts for 2025, 2026, and 2027. I would like to thank you, every one of you that took their time to do the application, to fly over your countries, to come to South Africa, hoping that you enjoyed yourself, you enjoyed the program, and thanks, Alice, you were not mentioned here, but thank you so much, Alice, for putting the program together for us. And in this time, I would like to drop the mic and say, our Wiki Indaba 2024 is officially over. Thank you so much. So Herschel will tell us the next steps. Where is Herschel? Will let us know of the next steps from here. Or Belinda.
I think he is sorting out something at the moment. So we're going to lunch now from here. And then we have a shuttle at 2:30. But obviously, if you could help us just be ready with all your stuff at around 2:15 for all those that are going to the airport. And unless you have spoken already to Herschel about any later arrangements, the 2:30 shuttle is the one that you need to take. So you can find Herschel and I will be here by the lunch tables. But right now you can get out and relax, take some photos, and head over to lunch and enjoy. Anything else from anyone? Isla?
Please don't try to get an Uber from here.
Yeah.
Go down, turn right outside, go down past the big pothole, that huge pothole, and then call the Uber from there because they cannot get there.
Yeah, the roads are closed today because there's a special Red Bull Formula One type race that's happening. So it is very, very different to any other time in Sandton. So here, Isla, in terms of if you're going, but please come back in time for your shuttles. Enjoy lunch. Thank you, everyone.